Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we would kindly to invite you to the Flores Ballroom because the event will begin shortly. Thank you. Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We would kindly invite you to the Flores Ballroom because we will begin the session shortly.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may we kindly invite you to be seated at the prescribed seat because in a few minutes the event will proceed in no time. We would kindly advise for all audiences to switch the mobile phone into the silent mode in order to avoid any interruption during the event. Thank you.
Coordinating Minister of Maritime and Investment of the Republic of Indonesia, the Governor of Lemhanas, the Acting Governor of DKI Jakarta, VIP guests, and the official of Lemhanas are entering the room. Majuan, Bang. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let us witness the opening dance of Lenggang Nyai Dance, which brings the message of a woman who have strong principles. Please give a round of applause for Lenggang Nyai Dance from Sanggar Sampan Bujana Sentra.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Hello, selamat pagi, good morning everyone. Welcome to the VII Jakarta Geopolitical Forum 2023, ASEAN's Future, addressing the region's geo-maritime risks. I'm Abang Jordan.
And I am None Gisela, who will bring today's event.
First, allow me to warmly welcome in this Flores Ballroom, Borobudur Hotel, Jakarta, as well as on the online.
The Honorable Coordinating Minister of Maritime and Investment of the Republic of Indonesia.
Distinguished Governor of the National Resilience Institute of the Republic of Indonesia, Lemhanas RI.
Distinguished Acting Governor of DKI Jakarta.
Distinguished His Excellencies Ambassadors and distinguished defense attaches of friendly countries.
Distinguished Lemhanas RI officials.
Distinguished speakers and moderators of the VII Jakarta Geopolitical Forum 2023.
Distinguished guests and participants in the Flores Ballroom.
And distinguished participants in our YouTube channels.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let us start the event by singing the national anthem Indonesia Raya. Kindly please all rise. Would you kindly please be seated?
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we begin our program this morning, we would like to inform you that the discussion will be delivered in English. For the participants in the Flores Ballroom, Borobudur Hotel, you may use the headset to listen to the interpretation from English to Indonesian. And may we kindly ask you to return the headset back on the table once you have finished using it. Thank you for your cooperation.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now let us welcome to the keynote speech from the Coordinating Minister of Maritime and Investment of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency General Retired Luhut Binsar Panjaitan. The floor is yours, Excellency.
ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, Governor of Lemhanas, let me begin to introduce to you about Indonesia. Indonesia is the largest archipelagic country, although I understand all of you understand that we are the largest archipelagic country globally. If you look at this is Indonesia, seas area 70%, but we have very little attention on this before. So since President Joko Widodo entered his office and he asked me to give more attention on this area. And if you look at this country, we are consist of 17,500 islands and 282 million, and by 2030 we're going to be around 300 million population, and middle class around 65 to 70 million people, which is, I think this is a big market, good market, and for any product in this country. And located also is very strategic. In the north is China and others, and the east is Brazil, Latin America, and the south Australia, and the west is Africa. And we are the second largest producer of capture and aquaculture fisheries, second largest seaweed. Seaweed, I think we're going to make it bigger. Our research in Buleleng, I just come back from Buleleng, I think we can explore a lot from here. So we can produce also fertilizer, produce also, biodiesel. With technology today, I believe sky is the limit. And also biggest nickel reserve, second largest tin, and also the 437 gigawatt of potential energy. So you can look at the magnitude of the potential in this country. If you manage this very well, Indonesia is going to be some high-income country within 10 years' time, and I believe we can go up even higher by 2045. Now, before I enter the topic, the subject that I asked by the Lemhanas, let me also brief you our economy very quick. Despite the global turmoil, Indonesia macroeconomy indicators are of the best, maybe among the G20. Yeah, today, India just released their growth, GDP growth, 6.1%. We are 5%, and we believe this year we're going to be around 5.3, 5.4%. And also inflation, we are, I think, pretty good, 4%. This is first time, I think, the history of Indonesia that our inflation around 4%. Used to be even during the Orde Baru, our inflation around 6, 7, 8, 9%. So this is very meaningful. And also the debt around 40%. This is because of the COVID. If you look at the COVID, before COVID, our debt 36% to 36 to GDP. Same also stock and also exchange rate. Now, ladies and gentlemen, since 7 years ago, we entered the new era, which is, I think, we don't realize at the time the impact of this so much. But I look at also that downstreaming industry could trigger something, could create job opportunity and also others. This is that we start nickel ore. Used to be our revenue only $4 billion 2017. Last year it was $34 billion. And this year I think can be go up. This is the second quarter of this year. Used to be only nickel ore. We export this raw material. Now we don't want to do that anymore. So even recycling material, we have already the industry. But this is only one area. We are not talking yet, how do we downstreaming the iron and steel? Some people don't understand this one. Some people give comment, they don't understand. The complexity of this, it is very, very huge. So people thought this is can be done by one person. No, cannot. That we have a nickel, we have bauxite, we have tin, we have copper, we have palm oil, we have everything. Maybe it takes 3 to 4 presidents to reach this peak of this. To be an industrial country, maybe it takes like 10 to 15 years. But we are heading toward that direction. Now, Indonesia developing ecosystem. We are not talking industry, we are talking ecosystem. So that ecosystem that we built, we established collaboration with so many countries globally. But for a moment, we look at China, it's very advanced, their technology, their research. I just come back from China. This is first time I went to China, spent just to visit industry. I want to look at what happened in the industry over there. The research. One university, I just give you an example, in the North Central University, only for research funding is like 450 million US dollars. Only one university. So ladies and gentlemen, that's what happened. So some of my very good friend from US asked me, why do you go there? I said, because I'm very pragmatic. Who can share the technology to us? Who can invest? We go there. But we love to go to also to US, go to anywhere. This country is too big to lean to any superpower. Let me repeat this one. This country is too big to lean to any superpower. This is also part of our constitution. So people sometimes comment this and that. Read pretty well, read detail about our constitution. And I keep telling my counterpart in any country, I said, with the nice tone, Indonesia, don't touch about integrity of our territorial. Don't discuss about that. Because we have to respect to the international law. So that's the basis of Indonesia. This is, I think, you look at this Indonesia Battery Corporation. We established with Vale, with Ford, we also with the Seattle and the Chinese. So everybody, Hyundai, we invite them to come over. LG, we invite to come over because this country is an open country. Ladies and gentlemen, look at the industrial downstreaming further enhanced. Next slide. You can see this one. The last 36 months, consecutive months, our export surplus. Never happened again in our history. Never happened. If you look at this one, this is the data. Used to be our trade with China always deficit. Look at this, 2010, but the last 2 years, we are surplus. And China imposed anti-dumping toward Indonesia, 20% on iron and steel. What does it mean? It means we are more efficient in that area. The current account used to be negative. Look at the last 2 years, surplus. Some Indonesians also not aware about this. They thought this country, years in there. No, this country is not the perfect country, but we are heading toward the right direction. There are more downstream potential, other commodities. Next slide. Yeah, this one. If you look at this bauxite. Ladies and gentlemen, we just had a meeting 2 days ago, on Monday. Today, with one Chinese company. Been discussed this project, the aluminum project in Jawa Timur. They're going to build their industry. What happened? We have like 5.2 gigawatt excess capacity electricity in Jakarta, in Java Island. Because of the industry, no issue anymore. Because only 1.2 gigawatt left, and then it's gone. Gonna be soon. What does it mean? 47 trillion rupiah, or equivalent to $3.5 billion we save. So, ladies and gentlemen, the management is very important. The way we do it has to be transparent. The way to do it, we have to be, digitalized. And same thing with the copper. Copper, we're going to have a smelter soon in Gresik, the inauguration, hopefully by early next year. And at the same time, next week, we're going to groundbreaking copper foil. This is part of the lithium battery. So then all the downstreaming gonna be there. And this one, ladies and gentlemen, this is iron steel. You can see the downstreaming of iron steel. Now the government embraced digitalized to provide public service in order to increase efficiency in the government. Let's make it transparent, reliable, efficient, etc. So that's what happened. All the budget, procurement, government of Indonesia, like $130 billion per year, we put it all through digitalized. So this year, President already commit 90% have to go through digitalized. What does it mean? Last year, we experienced $30 billion through digitalized. We can save like 20 to 27%. You can imagine, ladies and gentlemen, the impact of this toward our economy, efficiency, corruption, that's a lot. We can reduce a lot corruption because no more tender. You just go to the catalog, you look at the punch there, then you get this one. Simbara also, this is also for all the trading, we digitalize everything. So we're trying to do it gradually, hopefully by end next year, we can finish this one. So what does it mean? It means this country become a very efficient country. And national logistics system, all the seaport used to be like 25%, now 17%, but Singapore is still better than us than Malaysia. I think Malaysia and Singapore is like 14 or 12%. We are still 17%, but I believe within 2 years' time, we can go down in that area. Now, let me enter the topics. Just give you the background. This country can play the very important role in the near future. Not only in the near future, even today. If you look at this one, the global risk scenario, the post-pandemic world still faces plenty of risk. This is politics, military, environmental, and economy. If you look at this, I think, economy, this is what happened. Whether you like or not, the Ukraine war in Ukraine impact our economy very much because of energy, because of food, because of anything. And then environment. Environment also, we don't calculate this one very much. If you look at also the environment impact toward the global economy, it's a lot. Same thing over the political and military. If you look at military, what happened about the Taipei? We have to do some calculation about this. This is South China Sea. What's the impact toward the ASEAN countries? ASEAN countries here, I think, play a very vital role. And don't forget, Natuna is very near to Ando, very near to South China Sea. And I talked to my counterpart in China. I said, look, you raise issue 9-days line. I said, I'm afraid if you claim this 9-days line as a part of your issue, well, maybe you remember about Krakatau eruption and Tambora eruption. All the ashes of these two mountains cover the globe. Some landed in New York, some landed in Tokyo, some landed maybe in Beijing. So if I claim this part of Indonesia because of this, it's irrelevant. Similar over here. You claim this one part of the mainland sentiment, it is irrelevant. So we are agree to disagree. So ladies and gentlemen, this is something very important. We still keep the very good relation, but at the same time, we understand each our position. That's I think very important. So among ASEAN countries, we have to establish also good collaboration in this issue. I'm so glad yesterday, last week, the President Joko Widodo and Prime Minister Anwar reached about one issue of border. Geopolitical tension and international military conflict continue to increase. If you look at this data, this is Global Uncertainty Index. This is the index about the great financial. We always to mix. You cannot just look at the military. My background military. I spent 20 years in Indonesian Special Forces. I spent 32 years in the military. So I understand this. Yeah, I understand about this. Yeah, this great financial could impact toward our defense, toward our economy, toward anything. So look at this COVID also, look at this, give also impact very much. We don't count here yet about climate change. So there is still another one factor, is climate change. If you look at this also, international military conflict, from 2010, they increased up, you know. So that's one we have to be careful also to look at this one. The victim of wrong policy is our own people. So we have to be aware on that. ASEAN stability is important for Indonesia. So if you look at this one, this is ASEAN, the yellow one, and world, the blue one. Look at ASEAN still doing pretty well, better compared to the rest of the world. This is to make ASEAN become very attractive for the other countries. This is the data. And Indonesia will focus on strengthening ASEAN to become a fast-growing, inclusive, and sustainable economic region. Now, given its unique geographic and location, along trade routes, connectivity is central to Indonesia and ASEAN economic growth. Look at the passage here, building a port, crossing areas, the role maritime security, that's the Indonesia role. If you look at Indonesia, it can play a very vital role in here. Connectivity to Latin America, to Australia, and to Africa. I just come back from from Africa, and we're going to establish what we call it Global South. This is, I think, tropical forestry, because tropical forestry basically controlled by countries in the south. Like 75% controlled by the south. So that's why we call it tropical forestry. And also critical mineral. Critical mineral also controlled by a lot of countries in this area. So why we are not allowed to, to process our own mineral? Why you should export, What the hell of the, sorry to say, forgive me. Why the WTO have to force us to export our own material? Look at Indonesia. Look at Indonesia. Indonesia get the benefit downstreaming of industry because of the only one item. This is nickel ore. Nickel ore, just lithium battery. From iron steel, you go down, you can thousands of the downstreaming on that. Create job opportunity, create small medium enterprises, create so many things. So sky is limit. As long as you do it as a team, a good teamwork, and we can establish collaboration among ASEAN, we can do a lot in this region. We can do a lot. So ladies and gentlemen, again, we are not against any developed country, no. But a developed country should understand also, developing country has right also to be a high-income country. That's, I think, very important message to address. Nusantara, the new capital, I think this is a very strategic decision. Although this one are not early decision, this is an old decision by our first president back to 1950. So this is, I think, what is going to happen. Right now, development is concentrated in Java, 58%, but right now, because of the lot of investment here, we are already like 50-50 east and west. This is new capital of the archipelago is designed as a capital city. So this is now, we are working very hard to do this one and make it like an international standard in this area. Now, the importance of improving maritime security and defense infrastructure, that's the one we have to do it. So we work very hard. If you look at number of illegal fishing cases in Indonesia waters, 2021, this is something like this, 22, decreased because we're more active right now to do this one. We deploy Bakamla, we deploy also Navy to do this one. ASEAN regional cooperation is needed given the rise of geopolitical tension. If you look at this one, if you look, ladies and gentlemen, this data, increased military tension arising from potential flash point. This is they are 41.9%. If you look at the climate change and more intense and frequent weather, this one also issued today. And the last one is unemployment, economic recession. This is another issue that we have to address together. And ladies and gentlemen, that's, I think, my presentation. I do hope that we can get some input what happened in Indonesia. Indonesia can play the very vital roles in this region as the largest country as a member of the ASEAN. I think our ASEAN economy is experiencing a strong economy. And if we can work together with Manila, for instance, they have also nickel. Indonesia has a nickel. We can do it together. Maybe with Malaysia, we can do something together. And also with Brunei and other countries, Thailand, Vietnam, and etc. So we have 10 members of the ASEAN. And however, the world still faces plenty of risks. Some scenario we have to exercise. Yesterday I was in Joint Staff College to give also some presentation over there. How do we face the global tension today? In this Jakarta, geopolitics, I think it's very important. So Lemhanas provide this one. I do hope that we can come up with some conclusion and share to our own government. And the last one, I hope the Lemhanas can conduct a collaborative study with our regional partner to ensure the strategic connectivity enter ALKI 1, 2, and 3. And also collaboration among the global south also is very important. And we're going to sign, hopefully everything going well, with 3 countries. A big country is Indonesia, Congo, DRC, and Brazil in Kinshasa on tropical forestry. And then after that, we can enlarge the number of this community to be around maybe 23 countries from Africa, from Indonesia, and also Latin America, and some Asian country maybe we're going to invite to be member of this. This is the purpose of this. The next meeting in Bandung by next October. This is also to show the world that we have also responsibility to the climate change. Because if you look at the climate change, ladies and gentlemen, like Indonesia, our contribution to carbon emission only 2.3% and ton per capita, excuse me. And look at the developed countries like US, their contribution like 14.7 ton per capita. So the baseline is 4.5 ton per capita. So we are still far away from, from the baseline. So we have right also to move up. And at the same time, we have also responsibility to the climate change. So ladies and gentlemen, developing country also has right to be high income country. We don't want to be like before, so many poverty in our country, so many uneducated people in this one. So we have to move this one by doing through the downstream industry, which is, I believe, this could help Indonesia because 282 million, not small population, the fourth largest population globally. So we have enough problem, we have enough territory, so we like to move very professional in the near future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bapak. Mohon berkenan untuk tetap berada di atas panggung, Bapak.
Please kindly stay in place, Excellency, because we would like to have memento presentation.
We kindly invite to the stage the Governor of Lemhanas RI to present the memento to General Retired Luhut Binsar Panjaitan.
Next, we will be having photo session. We invite to the front stage all speakers on the 7th Jakarta Geopolitical Forum 2023.
We also invite the Vice Governor of Lemhanas, Prime Secretary of Lemhanas, Deputies of Lemhanas, and the Chief of the 7th Jakarta Geopolitical Forum 2023. Please come on stage.
Okay, we will begin the group photo session. I will count down from 3, 2, 1. And once again, 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much, Excellency, and you may now return to your seat.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin our program for today, we will introduce Lemhanas RI to you all. The history of the Institute from 1960s up to present day. Let's take a look.
From 1945 to the 1960s, Indonesia faced tough geopolitical challenge. The Cold War tensions between the Western Bloc, led by the United States, and the Eastern Bloc, led by the Soviet Union, had a devastating impact on Indonesia's national political life. In response to this, Indonesia must find a way to prepare national-level leaders that understand the dynamics of global geopolitics, To that end, the first president of Indonesia, Sukarno, on May 20, 1965, inaugurated the National Defense Institute of the Republic of Indonesia, or Lemanas, that is designed as a geopolitical school for national leaders. This institution is directly under the president. Lemanas was once under the Minister of Defense and Security, and at other times, it's been under the Armed Forces Commander. Then, in 1994, Lemanas was again under the Minister of Defense and Security, and changed its name to the National Resilience Institute of the Republic of Indonesia. After becoming a non-departmental government institution, responsible directly to the President, in 2006, Lemanas carried out organizational restructuring and add a new function, the strengthening of national values function. To increase the effectiveness and efficiency of its role, Lemanas carried out organizational revitalization and improvements, based on Presidential Regulation No. 98 year 2016. In carrying out its role, Lemanas has a vision to be a high-quality and credible center of excellence in the field of national resilience, and to form a sovereign, independent, advanced Indonesia that has its personality, based on mutual cooperation. To implement this vision, Lemanas carries out four main missions. Firstly, creating cadres and strengthening national-level leaders, based on gender mainstreaming, who can think comprehensively, integrally, holistically, integrative, and professionally. Leaders who have characters, morals, and ethics of nationalism, statesman characters, who have Indonesia's archipelago perspectives, and universal perspectives. Secondly, creating agents of change, and components of the nation based on gender mainstreaming, through strengthening national values, to increase and strengthen national insights, to build national character. Thirdly, to build conceptual and strategic studies on various national, regional, and international issues required by the President of Indonesia, to ensure the integrity and upholding the unitary state of the Republic of Indonesia. Fourthly, building a national resilience measurement system at the central and regional levels that support the integrative national resilience system. In carrying out its mission, Lemanas organizes regular education programs, short education programs, and strengthening programs for local government leaders. This program is designed for national-level leaders, selected from senior officers of the Indonesian Armed Forces, National Police, as well as officials from across government ministries. Then, as a strategic studies institute, Lemanas also conducts studies on various strategic issues at national, regional, and international levels, from ideology, politics, economy, socio-culture, defense and security, geography, natural resources, and demography, supported by the National Resilience Measurement Laboratory. In responding to the dynamics and challenges of national, regional, and global geopolitics, Lemanas currently focuses on conducting studies on 5 strategic issues: consolidation of democracy, green economy, blue economy, digital transformation, the resilience of the new capital city of Nusantara. Furthermore, in carrying out the strengthening of national values function, Lemanas held several activities, such as fostering and implementation of strengthening national values for various groups and components of the nation, training of trainers for educators, teachers, and coaches from various levels of education, nationality dialogue, harmonization, and strengthening of national values for speakers of provincial parliaments throughout Indonesia. To strengthen cooperation and exchange of information, Lemanas frequently receives guests from domestic institutions and other countries, military or non-military officials. Besides that, Lemanas education programs participants also conduct study visits within the countries or overseas, in the form of domestic and foreign strategic studies, and field studies on national strategic issues. To support its activity, Lemanas are equipped with several supporting facilities, such as mosque, fitness center, sauna. Lactation room and health clinic. Those are the role of the National Resilience Institute of the Republic of Indonesia, in forming a sovereign, independent, and advanced Indonesia that has its personality based on mutual cooperation. Tunhana Dharma Mangruwa.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to have the opening remarks from the governor of Lemhanas, but please and may kind to wait for a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, to begin this forum, let us together listen to the opening remarks and the overview which will be presented by the Governor of the National Resilience Institute of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Andi Wijayanto. Please give a round of applause for Mr. Andi Wijayanto. The floor is yours, Governor.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, selamat pagi, good morning. As the Governor of Lemhanas, I welcome all of you to our 7th Jakarta Geopolitical Forum in 2023. The main theme of the 7th Jakarta Geopolitical Forum is maritime geopolitics in Southeast Asia. Our aim is to anticipate competition among countries in managing connectivity and global supply chains in our region. We are now finding ourselves becoming more and more reluctant to engage, become more difficult to collaborate. We are entering the era of disconnectivity. We are now prefer to use words like strategic autonomy, words like decoupling or de-risking. This undermining the necessity to create a sustainable global supply chain between regions. Once again, we fail to recognize that we are now actually already enter the era of complex interdependence. I studied international relations 30 years ago in 1990 at University of Indonesia. I study realist perspective that, for example, provide proposal on balance of power, hegemonic transition, alliance as a recipe to create regional or global stability. I study liberalism that offer the paradigm of democracy, of human rights, of global institutions such as United Nations, World Bank, IMF, or diplomatic regular meeting to enhance our prospect of peace and stability. I also study the leftist point of view on the problem of decolonialization, the problem of uneven distribution of global wealth, the problem of the competition, the exploitation from North and South. We have so many theories, so many proposals that can be used to create global peace. But yet, right now, we can see that global peace, global stability is very, very difficult to achieve. We are now see the conflict, the ongoing conflict between Russia and Ukraine, also the rising tension between US and China, and we, Indonesia, with other countries in Southeast Asia, in other countries in southern part of the hemisphere, suddenly forced to choose between the US bloc, the China bloc, or Russia bloc. So we have to find something. We have to find a kind of breakthrough. So we are not going to be trapped in this kind of strategic rivalry. I hope in this Jakarta Geopolitical Forum, we can come up with a very strategic and also operational solution that can be offered to our government to be implemented in strengthening our regional stability. I think for us in Lemhanas, we will focus on geo-maritime. We focus on the theme of geo-maritime since last year in our Geopolitical Forum 6, 2022. We realized that the basic problem in establishing maritime connectivity, maritime supply chain in Southeast Asia is the problem of maritime border. It is important to note that ASEAN member countries have made significant breakthrough by using 1982 UNCLOS as a basis for resolving maritime border issues. Indonesia has negotiated maritime border with Singapore, Malaysia, Vietnam, and now ongoing with Timor-Leste, and have successfully obtained a constructive joint solution to resolve maritime border between countries. And I believe that this pattern can serve as a model to solve maritime border issue in our region. To strengthen maritime security or stability, Indonesia relying on the pillar of ASEAN Security Community. We are going to discuss this pillar of ASEAN Security Community in our panel session in our Jakarta Geopolitical Forum. We realize that we can still strengthen our CBM's mechanism. For example, by continue increasing operational cooperation such as transparency in defense policy through exchanging defense white paper, exchanging military officer, and also conducting joint military exercise and engaging in defense industry cooperation. We must also strengthen defense diplomacy between countries by, for example, establishing hotline between Commander-in-Chief and Chief of Staff to ensure the availability of dedicated communication channel at all times. We can also initiate the development of maritime navigation security protocols to reduce naval maneuver that can cause misunderstanding between countries. We can also form a standby force to be deployed in joint disaster and relief operation between countries. Those are the pillars of ASEAN Security Community. We already discussed this since the establishment of ASEAN Regional Forum in 1994. And I believe these pillars are still relevant and can be strengthened to enhance our regional stability. And I think this is crucial to reduce our geopolitical risk to the increasing naval fleet present in the Indo-Pacific region. As Pak Luhut, our Menko Marves has mentioned, Indonesia tried to strengthen its position by proposing a new scheme of global connectivity, a new scheme of global supply chain. Indonesia is now in the process of moving its capital city from Jakarta to Nusantara. The new capital city of Nusantara is designed as a digital city that will become Indonesia hub point in connectivity and in the global supply chain. Nusantara will increase Indonesia geostrategic value by building new maritime connectivity points in Indonesia archipelagic sea lanes, ALKI 1, 2, and 3. This archipelagic sea lane of ALKI 1, 2, and 3, hopefully can generate strategic connectivity between East Asia, India, Middle East, Africa, and South America. So Lemhanas proposed a collaborative study with our regional power, with our regional partner, to ensure that the strategic connectivity center at the ALKI 1, 2, and 3 can be integrated with the maritime supply chain that connect southern countries that will become major global player, already mentioned by Pak Luhut, such as Nigeria, South Africa, Kenya, Congo, Saudi Arabia, Uni Arab Emirates, India, Indonesia, Brazil, and Argentina. So I will end my remark with the high hope that we can grasp the opportunity of creating global maritime connectivity. And I hope Lemhanas and this forum, Jakarta Geopolitical Forum, can make significant contribution to strengthen Indonesia's position in the era of connectivity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Andi Wijayanto. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we have the plenary session 1, may we kindly invite you all to have a coffee break for 15 minutes. Coffee, tea, and snacks will be served in VIP rooms and also in the lobby of Flores Ballroom. We will see you back at 9:50, and we would like to have you back to this room 5 minutes earlier at 9:45. Thank you very much.
artifisial. Ya, jadi kita memegang apa yang memang diatur oleh UNCLOS. Kita sudah menyelesaikan laut kita dengan Singapura, Malaysia, Vietnam, sedang melakukan perundingan dengan Timor Leste. Nanti mungkin setelah 1 Juli ketika Perdana Menteri baru Sarana dilantik di Timor Leste, kita bisa memulai kembali perundingan batas laut untuk Timor Leste-nya. Yang saya pahami dari aturan yang dikeluarkan tersebut, itu yang paling utama ditujukan untuk mengatasi masalah sedimentasi di memang alur pelayaran kita. Ya, kalau secara global berdasarkan UNCLOS 82, kita itu harus bertanggung jawab memastikan adanya keselamatan dan kebebasan navigasi di ALKI 1, 2, dan 3. Ya, sehingga kita harus memastikan ya memang kedalamannya di ALKI tersebut sesuai dengan standar global. Ya, pasti ada masalah sedimentasi di ALKI pada saat itu digunakan bertahun-tahun untuk pelayaran. Kalau pada saat nanti kita fokus saja untuk mengatasi sedimentasi di alur laut kepulauan kita, itu sesuai dengan mandatnya UNCLOS untuk memastikan ada keselamatan navigasi, sementara kita kemudian bisa punya side product yang berupa pasir laut yang bisa digunakan paling utama untuk kebutuhan dalam negeri, paling utama. Dalam aturan tersebut baru boleh diekspor kalau memang kebutuhan dalam negerinya sudah tercukupi. Dan sekarang saya merasa di Kementerian KKP ya, masih dihitung ya, berapa kubik yang kita butuhkan untuk pembangunan infrastruktur, terutama pelabuhan di dalam negeri. Apakah ada ekses, ada surplus dari proses pendalaman alur laut tersebut. Tapi yang kita fokuskan dalam aturan tersebut adalah alur laut, keselamatan navigasi global, terutama di ALKI 1, 2, 3 yang sangat-sangat panjang, lalu sedimentasinya kita atasi, hasilnya, side produknya digunakan terutama untuk kebutuhan dalam negeri.
Baik, cukup, terima kasih Bapak Ibu rekan-rekan, terima kasih Pak Konfer sudah cukup sampai di sini. Silakan.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we kindly invite you back to the ballroom because we will begin the session shortly. Thank you. And also for the audiences who are already in the ballroom, we kindly invite you to please be seated because we will begin shortly. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 7th Jakarta Geopolitical Forum 2023, ASEAN's Future, addressing the region's geo-maritime reefs. Ladies and gentlemen, to lead the plenary session 1, ASEAN Maritime Security Challenges, may we kindly invite to the stage His Excellency Ambassadors Professor Dr. Imran Khotan, former Indonesian Ambassador for Australia from 2003 until 2005, and China from 2010 until 2013. The time and place is yours, Excellency.
Thank you very much. I would like to invite to kindly join me on the stage, Ambassador Sukma. And Datuk Nizam, as well as Captain Nipat. Dear participants, may I call the House to order. We are very glad to have 3 distinguished speakers in our midst, and we hope that we are going to discuss lively, and I encourage you to join the discussions after the 3 gentlemen present their cases. But at the outset, I wish to express my gratitude for being requested to moderate our session this morning, centered on the issue of ASEAN maritime security, a topic that has been hotly debated among scholars as well as government officials. The latest being in Shangri-La Dialogue. I have the honor to attend, during which there are a series of bilateral as well as multilateral negotiations or discussions among participants behind closed doors. So we don't know what they were talking about, but apparently there has been no emerging consensus emerged from the meeting. Indeed, this issue has been on the world's agenda for long, maybe decades, regardless the existence of the United Nations Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, that crystal clearly determine the conducts of all state parties on the sea. Currently, we can confidently say that security in and around the South China Sea, as well as East China Sea and Straits of Taiwan, is not as good as we would all expect. Miscalculation by 1 or 2 concerned parties may dramatically alter the simmering tension to an open conflict, the consequences of which will be beyond our common imagination. Sea and air incident in the region especially in the South China Sea, as well as in the Straits of Taiwan, involving the US and Taiwan vis-a-vis China, continues to raise tensions in our region, and it is further exacerbated by the inconsiderate actions taken by the North Korea by continuously testing the missile tests, as well as the latest being the failed attempt to launch a spy satellite. The US as well as South Korea have promised to take commensurate measures to redress this situation. It is also noted, I think, it has to be noted, as mentioned as well by coordinating minister as well as our governor, that the ongoing war on the European theater between Ukraine and Russia, involving the US as well as NATO, also has a maritime aspect in it. Russian naval blockade of Ukraine's Black Sea, notably Port Odessa, has disrupted the supply chains, the global supply chains, skyrocketing the price, as the minister, coordinating minister mentioned, as well as the governor, skyrocketing the price of oil, food, as well as fertilizer. If we cannot help ensure that the conflicts in the European theater can be peacefully resolved, as well as if we cannot prevent the second conflict theater in our region, I cannot believe, I could not imagine what would befall upon us if those two conflicts erupted at the same time. Dear participants, against this backdrop, as well as in an attempt to address this situation as well as the issue, we are indeed honored to have three distinguished speakers amidst ourselves. I start with Ambassador Sukma, who is the Senior Fellow of CSIS, former Ambassador of Indonesia to London. He has contributed a lot. He has produced not only books, but as well as security analysis. Probably all of them, if not a few of them, have been used by the Indonesian government as the guidance to navigate through issues that it is being confronted. I think his credentials cannot be, second guessed. I believe being a former ambassador as well as senior fellow at CSIS Indonesia. We are also very equally honored to have Datuk Nizam. His academic as well as military credentials as well cannot be second guessed. I think the CV speaks for itself that he is one among those to be considered as the policy contributors to Malaysian government. And we are also happy to have Captain Nipat, Deputy Director, I think, in the Strategic Studies of Navy Study Centers of Thai Navy. His credentials also very impressive, and we look forward to listen to his insights in order to to heed the call of the governor as well as the senior coordinating minister on how best ASEAN countries can contribute to the world by stabilizing our region, because our region is one among those economic growth engines of the world, being united in ASEAN countries. I still, before I give the floor to those speakers, I would underline the point being stressed by the coordinating minister as well as the governor, that we would like to see ASEAN to become a force of reconciliation, a force of movement in order to pacify the world, especially in our region. So according to the program that I received, Dato, you will be the first speaker. And look forward to hear from you, and the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu. Salam kebajikan and a very good morning. The esteemed moderator, His Excellency Professor Dr. Imran Cotton, Your Excellencies, the organizers of this forum, Lemhanas, luar biasa. My fellow panelists, His Excellency Dr. Rizal Sukma, Captain Don Tipnat from Royal Thai Navy, ladies and gentlemen, in this August occasion at Borobudur Hotel. Indeed, it is my honor and privilege to be invited to Lemhanas to be one of the presenters representing National New Zealand College, Malaysia, in this 7th Jakarta Geopolitical Forum ASEAN Future addressing this region, Geo-Maritime Reef. And I express my humble gratitude. Thank you. Topic that been given to me is rather challenging, which is ASEAN Maritime Security Challenges. The challenges is not just about the topic itself, but because it is wide and cross many spectrum, but also the time given to deliver, and also the challenges posed to ASEAN in facing and mitigating those complexity at hand. My point of view may be different, as I am not a diplomat, not a scholar, just a plain military who understood what is duty, honor, and sacrifice, the view of a practitioner. In the next 20 minutes or so, I will make an attempt to present to you on the topic that I will begin with the short video clip.
ASEAN has been working in earnest to lay the foundation for political and security cooperation to ensure that the stability and security of the region provides a conducive environment to promote economic growth and prosperity within the ASEAN community.
I will brief the scope of my presentation as follows. I will brief the brief history and concept of ASEAN, as everyone in this hall are well aware and know about ASEAN even better than I do. Then I will touch on the ASEAN maritime security challenges that lingers on currently, as well as discussing on challenges to ASEAN in mitigating these complex maritime security issues. Maritime security challenges is geopolitical issues transcending multi-boundaries. There are four main variables that will become the cause of crisis or conflict and even can escalate to war. The four main variables are food, water, energy, and climate. And all of these have been proven through history. Those four variables are now can be seen exist here in maritime domain. And this is one of the reasons contribute to the complexity of the maritime security. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in the United Nations report recently admitted there is no such formal definition on maritime security as it is recent agenda, a diverse and contested concept. As for now, the meaning of maritime security generally can be defined as agenda of a collective thinking, the importance and security of the oceans relating to the traditional and non-traditional threats. It becomes more important when it involves other nation states. The United Nations further identify maritime security threat as the following: piracy and armed robbery, terrorist act involving shipping, offshore installation and other maritime interests, illicit trafficking in arms, weapon of mass destruction, illicit trafficking in narcotic and psychotropic substances, smuggling and trafficking of persons by sea, illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing, intentional and unlawful damage to marine environment, and territorial dispute. ASEAN Maritime Area is becoming the fulcrum of the great power competition, and ASEAN only left with one choice, that is to stand united as one entity. Its deep water have replaced the European heartland as the fault line of geopolitical tension. New term been mooted out, which suddenly we are facing with Indo-Pac, and have to come to term with newly coined terminology in the strategic realm. Challenges will be viewed both from the traditional threat and non-traditional threats, blue economic and blue security, as well as the challenges to ASEAN in negotiating and mitigating the complexity. The maritime security deemed as complex, diverse, and contested as it eludes into the uncharted frontier of gray areas of overlapping territorial disputes, safety of navigation, maritime conservation, naval strategy, as well as different interpretations and vested interests. ASEAN have been part of us for the last 56 years, the age that signify maturity and be able to stand on our own. Interdependency among the member states is much crucial now than ever before, in simple terms, solidarity. This is significant when the geopolitics of the region becoming the focal point as well as intersection of influence and encirclement. This is the region that understood the meaning of colonialism since centuries ago and detests the feeling of being owned by others. We understood freedom in true sense, but nevertheless, since the New World Order, we have been presented with the new form of colonialism, which is economic. We have been threatened by the hunger to conquest from the rivalry of major power in our region, even encroaching into our own waters. We inherit from our colonial masters the uncertainties of certain boundaries that create territorial dispute among us and with other states, while the non-state actor taking advantage and threatening our own sea lane of communication among many others. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the founding members of ASEAN consist of Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, Singapore, and Philippines. The main principle is non-interference, the ASEAN way. And today, ASEAN have grown into 10 strong members, and soon will be 11th with Timor-Leste as a new member state. ASEAN believe in binding together in friendship and cooperation. Under the ASEAN, there are a handful of organizations and mechanisms set up to ensure that ASEAN will continue to promote peace and stability in the region. ARF and ADMM, just to name a few. ZOFAN, or zone of peace, freedom, and neutrality have been the main thrust since 1971 and will remain the key principle for ASEAN. ASEAN have organized series of conferences, dialogues, forums, talk, and many of them are focusing on the maritime security issues. But until now, ASEAN, either through ADMM or any mechanism, have yet to issue a formal definition on standing on maritime security. Not less than 10 forums or dialogues, even conferences by different agencies in ASEAN that talk and discuss on maritime security. Thus, ASEAN should avoid duplication of decision and becoming rhetorical. Instead, to be more practical and robust in nurture towards achieving the goals of what they are standing for all this while. Through research, this duplication is overlap of cooperation as the result of different in terms of prioritization, capability, and perspective that can lead to ineffective cooperation. The latest initiative is the ASEAN community that stand on three main pillars, which are political stability and security, economic and culture, and also on political itself. These have been embraced by the member state and will be the way forward for ASEAN. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, what are the maritime security challenges that pose a threat to ASEAN? How does ASEAN mitigate these challenges? The list of traditional threat and non-traditional threat are seen as on the screen. In 2020, study made by Indonesian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, together with the Center for Strategic and International Studies, suggested that the development of a strategic environment in which various maritime security issues, both traditional and non-traditional threat, which is getting complicated. Unresolved border issues continue to be the foremost concern of regional countries. Thus, the question that pertinent now is the traditional threat remain imminent. To me, as military professional and a strategist and advocate for peace, the answer is yes. We are witnessing around the globe, the states are equipping themselves with latest toys that can match or provide an answer to their threat perception and satisfy their national security in order to uphold their national interests. In this region, the effort of confidence building measures, or CBM, have been proven effectively. But thus far, what about the non-traditional threats? These threats are becoming alarming and more increasing and pose more complex in nature as it happening at regular basis. The complexity comes from enforcing the rules and regulations, bilateral agreement, monitoring, and effective action plan. The list that was on the screen earlier is self-explanatory in describing and imagining the complexity in mitigating these issues. Both of the threats pertaining to maritime security, what ASEAN clearly needed are the effectiveness of regional cooperative security, effective dialogue with consensus in concerted effort or action plan, transparency and independence, inclusiveness, mutual assurance, and understanding the concept of comprehensive security. This is crucial as maritime security is the main agenda and will remain for the years to come. Not so long ago, one of the ministers in the region stated that national interests supersede all other interests. And to me, he is not wrong. As the national security is protecting national interests, thus ensuring the national survival, how is this notion viewed by ASEAN with what they stand for, the ASEAN way, if each of the member states put their national interests ahead? ASEAN Community Initiative will be spearheading the concept of mutual interest and benefit, hoping it will be able to serve its purpose. CBM have been the main agenda in ASEAN and will remain strong in years to come. But can being neutral ensure that we will emerge to have the upper hand? Is there any crisis, conflict, or war won by remaining neutral? Will ASEAN continue to hedge with other powers and even among the members? How will ASEAN react if that particular powers choose to have bilateral engagement with member states instead of collectively? Australia is championing the blue security, and China is pursuing what they call global security initiatives. And ASEAN should come to a consensus in responding to both initiatives. The global security initiative proposed by China in April 2022, underlying 6 main commitments, which are, as you can see on the screen. While the blue security emphasized on 3 pillars, which are order, law, and power, as well as its vision for Australia and Southeast Asia to develop a joint agenda for maritime security. Dr. Mati Natalagawa, Indonesia's former foreign minister, once said, "There is an arch of instability all around the region, from a potential rivalry between China and India for access in the ocean to nuclear weapons on the Korean Peninsula and competition between US, China, Australia, and New Zealand for influence among Pacific Island countries. What perhaps new is the extremely deep sense of distrust that is now fueling and driving division among countries. These further indicate the multi-spectrum complexity of the maritime security that transcend across ASEAN borders. The other challenges that face ASEAN is the probability of ASEAN to reach a collective and consensus decision when and if these maritime security issues sharpened or increase in coming years. The what-if scenario should be the best strategic assessment in anticipating the future path for ASEAN. Let us ask ourselves the following questions. Will the ASEAN way be able to stand the test of time? Will ASEAN be engaging a serious and direct dialogue with China and the United States? Will ASEAN opt to join a pact or alliance with the Western allies? What if China chooses to continue to engage separately with the ASEAN member state with different solutions for each member? What if there are incidents or skirmishes in the hotspot between China and one of the member states? How will ASEAN react? What if the AUKUS and the Quad supersede ASEAN relevancy in this region by becoming more active players? Why NATO planning to open the office in Japan? And what interest of NATO to be in this region? What if the Western powers continue pressuring ASEAN to take side? Will ASEAN fall into the two-sided trap? What will happen to ASEAN when the United States and China rivalry mounting and our maritime area flooded with naval fleets? These questions that I pose and many more in your head have no direct answers to it, and as we can only assume on the strategic impact and assessment and anticipate the course of action. This question is the clear indication of the complexity of maritime security and the challenges that ASEAN is facing. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, within the time allocated to me, I made an attempt discussing on ASEAN, maritime security challenges, even dwell on challenges to ASEAN in mitigating these maritime security challenges, as well as poses some point to ponder by us today in understanding the complexity and uniqueness that face ASEAN in moving forward. ASEAN need to be consistent in pursuing their agenda no matter which member state hold the chairmanship. Maritime security will remain a vital focus point for years to come, may it be traditional or non-traditional threats. ASEAN may need to look into the availability of the hard law that can bind us together more effectively. We have to admit to reality, no matter how bitter it is, that we are in the environment that are volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity, or VUCA. Thus, the way forward for ASEAN will be more cautious, yet robust, resilient, and steadfast as one entity to overcome VUCA. ASEAN have to look into worst possible scenario and best possible scenario as we are living in the world of uncertainties and may be prepared with the question of what if. The answer may not be as what they prefer it to be, but it will open up the mechanism to venture into the new frontier. ASEAN member states must be strong enough to withstand pressure internally and external as well. ASEAN need to find their own secret ingredients to move forward as one, overcome differences and sensitivity. An outsider can only suggesting so much as they did not have the 56 years that ASEAN building themselves to be one voice, one ASEAN community. Allow me again expressing my gratitude to Lemhanas for organizing such amazing event and inviting me from National Resilient College Malaysia to participate. To the Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Matur Nuwun.
General, thank you so much, and Matur Nuwun as well from our side. I don't want to reinterpret what you have presented to us, but I think you have touched upon all salient points that we need to know about the intricacies of ASEAN's maritime security challenges. But if I may, I would like to underline 1 or 2 points. Number one, you are concerned about unilateral approach being taken by China in addressing the situation. I think Indonesia is also with you in that regard. And number two, you are also concerned about the intrusion of foreign power. I don't want to mention names. In our waters, I think Indonesia also has similar concern. And of course, you also mentioned that ASEAN is a force of amity and cooperation. Why is it so? Because we declared back in 1976, the TAC, Treaty of Amity and Cooperation. Indeed, ASEAN is a force of cooperation, amity, and as well as our governor rightly mentioned, is a force of connectivity. We try to avoid any conflicts using what you refer to as ASEAN way. I thank you very much for your insights, and may I now call upon Captain Nipan to present his case, please.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Ambassador and my fellow panelists. 10 days ago, I was given a topic for ASEAN maritime security challenges, and I was invited here to share my thought with you. There were 7 questions, or at least, actually, there are 5 questions with 2 sub-questions. Totally 7 questions, and I will share one by one. But let me start by give you snapshots on what I have seen in the sense of ASEAN Maritime Security Challenge. Slide, please. This is very similar to maritime security practitioner and expertise. Slide, please. This is also very common for security practitioner and expertise. Next, please. This is a big wave or big challenges or big approaches toward our regions. There are Belt and Road Initiative, Indo-Pacific, Free and Open Indo-Pacific, and Act East from India. Next, please. ASEAN has its own architect for security. And in maritime domain, there are ANCM, ASEAN Naval Chief Meeting that occurred every year. Next slide, please. And this is ASEAN security structure down to sectoral issues. They are both bilateral, trilateral, and multilateral to try to cope with the issues occurred in ASEAN and moving toward ASEAN. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. But I would like to begin my first question. There are many approaches, many mechanisms, many ambition behind this for us to engage and to digest it in the way that focus on ASEAN interests. From my point of view, this approach initiated by external powers, it merely serves external interests. This is our challenges. How can we decide and realign our structure or our structure of thought to cope with them and to cast this into the way that provide interest to ASEAN member. Next slide, please. And I look back to the history and I conceptualize it into domains in maritime sphere and in time sphere that from classic era to colonization era and to nuclear age. There are shifts in component or there are shifts in detail of issues that external power moving toward and working with or need us to working with them. Focus on geostrategy and geopolitics. Nowadays, it's moving toward the investment and cooperation. And the key mechanism for external power to control this is VII, or Financial Action Task Force. And you can look back only 1 year ago when Russia and Ukraine crashed together, and VII, or Financial Action Task Force, get involved. And Western countries include the United States, Australia, and New Zealand sanction on Russia through this VII. Next, for maritime domain, I highlight the SC. It means that the sea control capability is essential for us to keep us strong and to control our water. Next slide, please. I will move to my second question. My second question is, what role does ASEAN centrality represent in the region maritime security challenges? I understand that this question stems from the Indonesia is now a chairman for ASEAN, and many pressure put up on Indonesia, and the ASEAN centrality will play the key role. From my point of view, there are three focus areas in geo-maritime security challenges, respectively. The first is safety at sea. The second is stability, and the third is prosperity. The ASEAN Charter states that ASEAN's main objective is to maintain ASEAN's centrality and proactive role as the main driving force for its relations and cooperation with external partners in open, transparent, and inclusive regional architecture. The ASEAN centrality was defined as a regional architecture based on a framework that supports and strengthens each other, with ASEAN as main driving force. The ASEAN centrality concept emphasizes that ASEAN must become the dominant regional platform to overcome common challenges and engage with external power. ASEAN leadership should timely respond to the current world situation while carefully engage regional situation, especially in the security aspect, with fully respect to ASEAN principles and values. ASEAN needs to engage the issues to encourage and enhance cooperation in the region and must continue to develop an effective effort and have a constructive role as a platform for stability in the region. ASEAN may optimize ASEAN's central role by making ASEAN part of the solution than part of the problem in the region. ASEAN continues to make constructive dialogue to maintain ASEAN impartiality and competitive in handling the confrontation between major countries in the region, which I hope not. ASEAN needs to reaffirm the concept of ASEAN's centrality so that it is not threatened by interest and confrontation of major countries in the region and external power. The strengthening of ASEAN centrality is required condition so that ASEAN continues to maintain its identity as guardian of safety and stability of its member countries. To sum up, in geo-maritime aspect, ASEAN centrality should emphasize on a self-centered system for development in order to be more reliant, more resilient, and able to maintain ASEAN impartiality. Then to the next question, how can ASEAN strengthen its role and contribute to tackle the challenges? Given that good law and order at sea is foundation for beneficial and profitable activities, also known as prosperity, as shown on the screen, ASEAN may prioritize safety, stability, and prosperity in their respective policy-making process. On the other hand, ASEAN may promote common law enforcement views and effort to ensure better safety and stability in respective national waters. Having had effective safety and stability, the prosperity for ASEAN members and partners is logical indicator for existence of optimum freedom in respective national waters. At the present, there are existing grounds for constructive engagement in ASEAN and nearby regions. Three existing mechanisms are responsible for information sharing and interoperability, for humanitarian assistance and disaster relief, and for maritime security. Embarking on this mechanism, ASEAN and ASEAN members can utilize existing mechanisms towards safety and stability purposes, while prosperity is corresponding or will eventually correspond to the former factors. What is Thailand's interest in relation with political security of geo-maritime in the region. Thailand is present co-chair for expert working group for maritime security under ADMM and is preparing for chairmanship for the Indian Ocean Naval Symposium and the Conclave of Chiefs from 2023 to 2025. Designated Symposium and Conclave of Chiefs is scheduled for the 19th to 22nd December this year in Bangkok. Main efforts for two chairmanships are to introduce and promote common understanding, to conceptualize and to bring to practice blue economic concept, in which stem from the UN Sustainable Development Goals 2030, goal number 14, life below waters. On the other hand, for emergent issues, Thailand seeks possible path and practice to maintain calmness and serenity in its waters in order to uphold the Gulf of Thailand, the water of friendships, and I hope for the water of Southeast Asia is the water of friendship as well. To this end, Thailand learns to de-radicalize an issues, and it is far better than to rise or to radicalize any issues. Many issues need to be handled with care and require material support for established goals. What are common interests of the ASEAN country in relation with political security of geo-maritime in the region? Based on what I mentioned, safety and stability are priority for maritime interests in ASEAN respective national waters. This is primary interest. Collaboration and cooperation toward these interests are very welcome. In addition, there are upcoming difficulties stem from ongoing change and uncertainties such as climate change and warming oceans. Therefore, material support to each other to cope or to mitigate emergent difficulties are secondary interests. ASEAN needs to enhance its capacity to accommodate and streamline subsequent activities regarding these interests. What role do ASEAN Maritime Forum and other maritime security play in the maritime security order? The ASEAN Maritime Forum and alike mechanism may provide platform to jointly develop a building block for common awareness toward external power, to address regional value and interest, and to seek constructive engagement among ASEAN members. For futuristic point of view, since VUCA, versatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguities is new normal. The AMF may also focus on unknown security issues. To this end, AMF may introduce some topics for further discussion on the implication from either gray zone operation or foreign internal defense activities to realize interests of external powers that will have impact upon us. The discussion will help us to develop recommendations for ASEAN members to be aware or prepare or be prepared to mitigate undesired consequences. What sort of security architecture and geo-maritime scenario does ASEAN propose? At this moment, there are ANCM, there are GOTI, Gulf of Thailand Initiative, and I am not sure that it had been enlarged to the Southeast ASEAN Law Enforcement Initiative, or CMLI. I'm not sure that it had been mature enough. As mentioned in the topic 1, there are overwhelming concepts, arrangement, and mechanism, mostly initiated by external power. They merely serve external power interests than ASEAN common interests. In order to pursue ASEAN common interests, ASEAN members must focus their respective efforts on own capacity building while seek cooperative support from external power. ASEAN may foster geo-maritime capacity building in cooperation with external powers effort, with careful focus on ASEAN geo-maritime common interests. An idea on ASEAN capability augmented by partner expertise, or ACAP, may provide starting point for further discussion to develop security architecture and geo-maritime scenario to encompass as many as possible multiple approaches from external power, as addressed in topic 1. There are bold implications to ASEAN members to take both responsibility and interest. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to conclude my thought. First, we are overwhelmed by external approach. Second, we are tested to emphasize on self-centered system for development in order to be more reliant and more resilient to maintain ASEAN impartiality. Third, we are to realize and prioritize safety and stability at sea, while prosperity is corresponding or will eventually correspond to them. This is to highlight that safety and stability are primary common interests of ASEAN. Fourth, AMF and allied mechanism may provide platform to develop a building block for common awareness, to address common value and interests in order to seek constructive engagement. And for future discussion, AMF may introduce future topic on implications from gray zone operation or foreign internal defense in which interests of external power are realized. Fifth, an idea on ACAP may provide starting point for future discussion. Last but not the least, I would like to welcome you to ION 2023 in Bangkok this December. Thank you very much.
Captain, thank you very much for your excellent presentations, as well as for the timely fashion in which you delivered your presentation. I think you have touched also an array of salient points related to ASEAN maritime security. And one point that I would like to underline is that I'm quite familiar with the terminology that you mentioned, that is ASEAN centrality, being former senior official meeting leader of Indonesia to ASEAN as well as dialogue partners for 6 consecutive years. So I'm quite familiar with, with the terminology. But one thing for sure, it is up to us to make sure that indeed ASEAN should become a central power in the dynamics of our region. And then certainly I would like to invite Ambassador Sukma to present his case. The floor is yours.
Very good morning to all of you. First of all, I would like to thank Bapak Gubernur Lemhanas, Pak Andi Wijayanto, Bapak Wakil Gubernur, and Ibu Deputi, Ibu Reni, my fellow panelists, and Ambassador Imran Kotan as the chair of the session. I can assure you that I will try to finish it before 20 minutes up. because I will not talk about all those issues that usually you are familiar with the theme of the maritime security issues, such as crime at sea and the questions of like sea lanes, security and so on. I will leave that to Jane Chan. She's the expert on those issues. But I will try to answer a very simple question. Can ASEAN survive the 21st century great power competition? And this is, I think, relates to the questions that Ambassador Imran Kotan just raised about ASEAN centrality. So I will also mention the centrality later on. But in following the tradition of many Singaporean academics and officials, I will stick to 3 points only. So you have to have 3 points, right, in Singapore. Since too many Rajaratnam schools connection here, so I will follow that formula. So first I will talk about the context, then second about the challenges, and third about the recommendation. Okay, the context of the geopolitical, especially in the maritime domain. I will try to highlight 6 trends that we have to look really carefully and we have to watch very carefully for the next years to come. There are 6 trends which will shape the future of the sea in the regions. First, the changing nature and value of the sea, with the corresponding consequences for great power relation. Traditionally, the strategic value of the seas in Indo-Pacific is self-evident. So the sea is important for trade, for international cooperation, to ensure safety and security of the sea lane, as a source of livelihood, and so on. In other words, the economic significance of Indo-Pacific seas is difficult to overstate. The sea, for many of us, is a global and regional public goods. However, there have been concerns that strategic transformation in the region, I don't need to dwell into this very specifically, but the rise of China, the rise of India, the changing power relationship among great powers, they're all part of that transformation. This transformation would diminish the value of the regional seas as regional public goods and transform it into a domain for major powers competition, defined more by the pursuit of national strategic interests, which might not always align with collective regional interests. So the growing need to fuel economic developments at home would drive the countries in the region to increase their ability to secure greater access to energy sources at sea. This would complicate further the nature of major power relations in the regions, particularly at sea. So the relationship among major powers would increasingly become naval. This means that their relationship at sea will be increasingly defined by military competition, and consequently, the chances of risk of accidents and miscalculation would also increase. This process would easily slide into confrontation and conflict at sea among major powers. So therefore, in the years to come, we will see the changing nature of the sea from economic values, which emphasize the nature of the sea as a public goods, hence allowing the positive sum cooperation, into strategic values, which emphasize primacy and control over the sea, which of course, push us to think in terms of zero-sum formula. So that means the returns of traditional security dimension of the sea as a major preoccupation of states. And second trend, the future of the sea will also be defined by the relationship between the US and China. So we need to watch very closely where this most important bilateral ties is heading. The ongoing signs at the moment are not very encouraging. Both sides seem to find itself in a position that will intensify rather than reduce the competition. So this trend would open up the possibility of the ongoing competition becoming strategic rivalry, where positive sum relationship become more and more difficult. So that rivalry, which we begin to feel and see, is becoming a reality now. And regional countries have already been under extreme pressure to find the best ways to navigate Sino-US rivalry. The third trend, we will continue to see the Indo-Pacific becoming more and more crowded. as the center of geopolitical and geoeconomic gravity of the world is clearly shifting to Indo-Pacific, it is to be expected that other powers from outside the regions would also want to seek a place, and space of engagement in the region. So we see several European powers already come up with their own version of the Indo-Pacific strategy and engagement. So this presents, both opportunity for broader cooperations for ASEAN and at the same time also, the challenges, in order to manage, for ASEAN to manage its external relations. The fourth trend, as the value of the sea is changing from economic to strategic, attempts to find solution to maritime disputes would become more and more difficult. And fifth, as the traditional security concerns of the sea increase, state would focus more on maintaining maritime advantage. So we have begun to see this in the region. While countries may offer different reasons and motives in explaining their naval programs, the impact is all the same. It will alter and change balance of power. And when balance of power is affected, perceived or actual, rivalry among major powers will soon gain its own momentum. So competing states will intensify their strategic presence at sea, among others through naval presence, coalition building, alliance strengthening, and also military build-up. The sixth trend, we will see an increasing marginalization of maritime-based non-traditional security challenges in academic and policy discourse. I can give you an example. If we organize a conference, on piracy, on climate change, and so on, only 3 or 4 people would come. But if you organize conference such as this, more than 200. Especially if you organize conference on China-US rivalry, probably 300, 400 will turn up. So it really marginalized, the place of non-traditional security issues in the public discourse. So what are the challenges that ASEAN face? There are 3 that I would like to highlight. First, ASEAN faces a serious challenge of maintaining unity among its members. So ASEAN unity is really under pressure because of the heightened competition between the US and China. And if this competition becomes a strategic rivalry, it might polarize ASEAN. ASEAN will be divided into 4 groups of states: pro-US, pro-China, non-aligned, and confused state. So you can bet that there would be some countries who are confused within ASEAN in facing the great power rivalry. So that's I think the first serious challenge that we're facing. How to maintain unity. And this ability to maintain unity has been also eroded by the fact that we still cannot agree on how to deal with intra-ASEAN problem, especially such as in the questions of Myanmar and at the moment. The second challenge, if unity cannot be maintained, ASEAN's role as a manager of regional order will diminish, and ASEAN centrality will be under challenge. So this challenge, among others, have been manifested in the formation of minilateralism in the regions. So I think the formation of the Quad, the AUKUS, and all other minilateralism reflects the competitive nature of uncertainty with regard to the confidence of extra-regional powers in ASEAN ability to manage the growing challenges that we are facing at the moment. The new geopolitical and geoeconomic challenges require real substance and outcomes, not only forms and open-ended process such as that we are seeing and experiencing within ASEAN over the last probably 60 years. And the third challenge, based on the first and the second challenge, the third challenge is the imperative of maintaining ASEAN strategic autonomy. I know that Pak Gubernur already mentioned this and not very happy with the term, but this is a reality because it is becoming clear that Southeast Asia and the ocean, the Pacific and also the Indian Ocean will become the central mandala for great power competition. So it is here in Southeast Asia and also in the Pacific and the Indian Ocean, the strategic rivalry will play out. And I think it is ASEAN ultimate strategic interest, and by implication Indonesia's, to ensure that ASEAN remains autonomous and the competition will not undermine regional stability. ASEAN should make it very clear that we don't like both Pax Americana and Pax Sinica. In fact, it is not in the interest of anyone if the region dominated by one hegemonic power. ASEAN and also great and major powers will be better off with a multipolarity where all countries contribute to regional stability and prosperity. If ASEAN cannot address the need to safeguard unity, maintain centrality, and strengthen strategic autonomy, then ASEAN will become irrelevant. As an organization, you don't need to dissolve ASEAN. ASEAN will continue to exist, but we will remember ASEAN only when we hold a ceremony to commemorate its founding on the 8th of August every year. And then I don't think that we want to come to that possibility in the years ahead. The final point, Mr. Chairman, if you allow me a few minutes, I would like to address 4 recommendations that ASEAN need really to take. The first one, ASEAN need to examine how the emerging maritime rivalry would impact on the future of UNCLOS. We should not take UNCLOS for granted. It is likely that there would be attempts to reinterpret and redefine UNCLOS by great powers in accordance with their own strategic interests. This, in turn, could undermine international maritime order and threaten regional countries' interests. ASEAN should continue to place UNCLOS at the center of a rule-based maritime order in the Indo-Pacific. Second, ASEAN needs to get creative to find new ideas, breakthrough in managing South China Sea, especially in pushing through the code of conduct. Trust is eroding very quickly among the claimant state. Too many incidents and recent developments have not been very encouraging. Doubts and skepticism about the COC are growing. Nationalism is also on the rise in a number of claimant states. So calming the South China Sea will remove one potential flashpoint and reduce tension among great powers. So unfortunately, the COC is the only framework that we have now. We like it or not, so we need to continue to find ways on how that we can really push for its conclusion. But in the meantime, I would propose that we need an interim agreement on how to prevent accident and incident through a set of rules on how vessels should conduct itself in the area. Third, ASEAN should reflect on ASEAN weaknesses, especially in the institution, and then try to strengthen them whenever possible. ASEAN does have a convening power, and it should use it to reinvigorate the importance of multilateralism in the region. So the East Asia Summit does provide the best promise for multilateral security cooperation in the Indo-Pacific. Surviving the great powers competition would require ASEAN to strengthen its capacity and institutional effectiveness. So let's hope, of course, the next summit in September, will be up to the challenge, and then hope that they will come up with fresh ideas on how that we really refine the regional architecture through the strengthening of the East Asia Summit. And the final recommendation that we would like to put forward, once the East Asia Summit becomes a premier forum for cooperation in the Indo-Pacific, ASEAN needs to suggest or to propose an East Asia Summit pledge on comprehensive regional security as a new pledge, as a new framework to shape security and prosperity in the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Sukma, for your excellent insights. I don't want, again, to reward your presentations, but I think I'm very glad to have you among ourselves. I have known you for decades. This is the way you present your views, very robust, open, and sometimes you use lemon language. Probably, cannot be taken easily by others. But anyway, the point, I think we need to underline the points the point that you mentioned, that ASEAN should not be an intended victim of Sino-America rivalry in our region, as to prevent us from exploiting our own resources. I think you are absolutely right in that regard. And then as well, you mentioned how we would be able, how can we best preserve ASEAN as a force to be reckoned with. And I'm sure the governor is here. He would, after this meeting, he would send a very strong note to the president, how best can Indonesia move ASEAN into that direction. I'm pretty sure about this. And I hope that our discussion this morning will present us with brilliant ideas. And after listening carefully to the three distinguished speakers, I think they have presented us with a lot of salient points that probably may provoke you to raise questions, as we all expect, as well as if you have contribution to enrich our discussion this morning, you are most welcome. The floor is yours, but before that, I would like to remind you to identify you and the organization you represent before taking up the floor. And the floor is now open for participants. I don't expect that the governor will also pose questions. Thank you. Anyone from this side? Oh, please.
Thank you so much indeed for this opportunity. And thanks a lot for the presentation. Those presentations really enrich and also strengthen, even amplify our perspective and ideas. I am Major General Budi Pramono from Lemhanas. Allow me to raise two questions. The first one, given to the polarity of ASEAN, if I may divide it into four big parts. Those countries who take part to the America, those countries who take side to the China, those countries who steady like the rock as non-block, and those countries really firm in the corridor of confusion, in the corridor of bewilderment. Excellency, Mr. Khotan said that how ASEAN survive. In this case, I really want to know in number, how many percent those countries who take side in US, take side to China as non-block, and even in the corridor of confusion. This is very important to us, how to calculate how strong, how solid ASEAN in the future in terms of facing the next and dynamic threat in the future. That the first one. The second one, also given from the 7 ASEAN outlook. Of course, the first one, we should uphold our international law. This is very important. Why? Because we are living in the international kitchen. We are living in the borderless countries in this planet. Of course, we should uphold our international, especially the principle of the international. And then the cooperation. We couldn't avoid the cooperation. Every conflict happen, we should solve by cooperation or even collaboration. We don't have other system or strategy except the cooperation. After the cooperation, of course, in this case, no matter how high the escalation in this regional, but we should avoid it. That's very important. And other thing that needed is please consult to the other country. Perhaps the other country.
You may proceed with your question, General.
Yes, that's 7 ASEAN outlook. My question is, do you know actually who is or what is or how those superpowers reply, answer, and then take action for our 7 ASEAN outlook? This is very important because we should know exactly to whom we deal to. If we do not know that how ASEAN deal to whom, so for what? How we can calculate in this matter? This is very important. Thank you so much indeed.
Thank you. I would presume that your question is directed to the 3 speakers, but they are free to respond to your question.
Please, for those speakers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, General Budi. On the first question, so I think, in principle, every country, including especially members of ASEAN, really want, to stay non-aligned. They don't like to be pulled, into one camp or the other. So that's for sure. But my worry is that, when the pressure comes, then, countries would calculate, right, according to their, strategic interest. Then, probably, when there would be the temptation to choose. So at the moment, it's very hard to say that country A and B already in the Chinese pocket, country C and D already in the American pocket, and country E and F confused, or country F and G is actually non-aligned. So that's actually, I think, the state of play at the moment. So each member of ASEAN still value the so-called strategic autonomy of ASEAN as a whole. So that's why I'm torn with regard to the utility of ASEAN. On the one hand, it cannot solve and manage and respond to this kind of problem. On the other hand, this collectivity within ASEAN actually provide, the possibility for member states to actually deal with the pressure from the outside. So we're still struggling within that context. So when you see, for example, only 2 countries in ASEAN, treaty allies of the US, Philippines and Thailand. Even for Philippines and Thailand, I'm quite sure there are Philippines delegate and Thai speakers here, would of course value the autonomy. They don't want to be basically told what to do, and then they would define their own interest by themselves. That, I think, probably preferable for even allies of the great powers. On the second one, I'm not sure I understand the 7 outlook, but the only outlook that I understand is basically the Indo-Pacific outlook. Well, all the major powers, all the great powers, already pay support or say support, or probably you can say lip service, but nevertheless, they basically all support the Indo-Pacific outlook, that ASEAN come out with, because they do understand the so-called quote-unquote neutrality of ASEAN works in the best of interest of every great powers. So I don't think, even China and the US, will benefit if ASEAN, get divided. So at the end, united ASEAN serve, the strategic interest of great powers. So because they do need, this region not to be dominated by any hegemonic power. So that's basically my take on where we are at the moment.
Thank you, Ambassador. I think you are absolutely right. United we stand, divided we crumble. General, will you please?
Major General, thank you very much for the question. It's very interesting. When you talk about polarity of ASEAN, in my very short speech of that 20 minutes, I touched the very worries that we have. What will be ASEAN in the future? We have been given definitions of Indo-Pacific, but not by choice. They've been feeding towards us. All the while, we know what is Asia-Pacific and what is Pacific Ocean. And suddenly the whole world accepting the Indo-Pacific. Why are we accepting Indo-Pacific? Because of certain rules and regulations. If ASEAN succumb to the polarity of the four definitions that you mentioned, who are on US side, who is on China side, who is solid rock and no longer relevant. You have to consider what is the role of AUKUS coming in. What is the role of Quad? ASEAN left with no choice, but we have to stand united. We have to avoid polarity with all costs. Sun Tzu have said once, know your enemy, you win half of the battle. Know yourself, you win the other half. So by knowing which side we are choosing, which side we're supposed to be strengthened, I think ASEAN can last longer and remain relevant. Because we have not left with any choice. We understood colonization more than any other continents in this world. Hundreds over years, we've been dominated by other powers. This is the time ASEAN have to get rid of the sensitivity, but instead sit together, be more transparent, be more inclusive, understand where is the direction of ASEAN. It is difficult, but I'm sure we can work it out using ASEAN way. Now we are promoting ASEAN community. On your second question, whether which side, 7 outlook, which are we direction to, either China or US, if you look into a lot of initiatives that have been introduced lately, Indo-Pac, Quad, now recently the Australia proposing the blue security. This is the answer to what ASEAN stand. Whenever we launch on something or we announce on something, the other regional power will come up with their own initiatives to either coax or to ask ASEAN to work together with them. You can look into GSI, proposed by China, Indo-Pacific Stand, proposed by United States, and Global Blue Security, proposed by Australia. So whatever that we are doing, or what we are announcing as our stand, there will be a response immediately after that. This is, I think, ASEAN will remain relevant, because whatever we said and we decide, they listen. Because we, as one, have to remain strong. We are 10 nations into one organization. Yes, we need the hard law. We are not equivalent to EU, but we moving towards that direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Datuk. I think I am 100% with you by saying that ASEAN should continue to be a united front. Captain, do you have anything to say? Please.
Yes, I will talk about something on tech side or not tech side. We need to look back to the term interconnected and interdependence. And actually in the security sphere, there are multi-dimension in military, in politics, in economic, and society. Look back in Thailand, we have the neighboring country that with different regime and different tendency toward superpower. We need to manage toward the equilibrium. We have, Thailand has the economic link with China as big as economic link with Europe and the US. So at this moment, it's not a time to say take side or not take side. It is a time to manage it at best. Thailand has to manage both Thailand's own interests and had to manage external powers' interests and had to manage the neighboring country interests for the base of our people. Also, Thailand respect to the ASEAN principle. And I think this year, Indonesia takes chairmanship for ASEAN, and Indonesia can embrace the difference or the different tendency among member states in mainland and island. mainland and in maritime area to reach some points of common acceptance that we can go together. I think our governor said this morning that we are not the perfect. We are not perfect country. We are not perfect region, but we moving toward a better region. We moving toward the more safety and more stability regions. The primary indicator for this is prosperity. If the chance for prosperity is remain plus or remain positive, it means that we manage well enough. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I also completely agree with you that ASEAN, geographically, ASEAN countries are the force of interconnectivity because we are sandwiched by 2 oceans and 2 continents. That is why ASEAN countries, I think, have been able to moderate views coming from those 4 corners. So we have to continue to be a force of interconnectivity. Otherwise, we lost our DNA naturally. Thank you. Any questions? Probably we still have 2 or 3 questioners. Yes, please identify yourself as well as organization you represent. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Loro Horta. Good morning. My name is Loro Horta. I'm from Good morning. My name is Loro Horta. I'm from Timor-Leste. I work for the Council of Ministers.
Will you speak up a bit louder, please?
My name is Loro Horta. I'm from Timor-Leste. I work for the Council of Ministers. It has become very fashionable now to say that ASEAN is losing its relevance because somehow is becoming a victim or unable to prevent great power rivalry or dividing itself into blocks. I don't have a question, just a comment, a small reflection. If we go by this criteria, then almost every organization is irrelevant because if you look at organizations in Latin America, you know, they've not been able to achieve that. Same thing goes for Africa. In Europe, during the Cold War, France went its own way. Ireland was neutral, so was Sweden. So I think we shouldn't have too much expectations on ASEAN or be too hard on ASEAN. In my humble opinion, and I think today ASEAN is far more cohesive institutionally and administratively to coordinate its positions better. Of course, there will be differences in opinion, and there will be countries that will be more inclined towards one power or another for economic reasons, for geographical reasons. But I think the criteria of whether the ability of ASEAN to somehow mitigate this great power rivalry should not be the central criteria, because in my humble opinion, if we go by this criteria, almost every single organization has failed. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your points of views. I also presume that you address your concerns to the 3 speakers before us. Probably, General, you may start first.
Thank you very much for the questions. Basically, I think you touched on relevancy of ASEAN. If you look into for the last 56 years, ASEAN have been existed now. We also launched the new ASEAN initiative, which is the 3 pillars is political and security, economic and culture. As long as ASEAN negotiate or discuss with other powers as one, ASEAN will remain relevant. As long as ASEAN realize we will not fall into the two-sided trap, ASEAN will remain relevant. As long as ASEAN can put aside the sensitive issues, ASEAN can stand relevant. The relevancy of ASEAN is very crucial, not today, not tomorrow, but years to come. Because more and more pact and alliance that you realize have suddenly exist around us in ASEAN. And ASEAN cannot afford to even negotiate or even have a talk isolately as one nation, but not without as one organization.
Thank you. I'm pretty sure that ASEAN will be a always relevant force to be reckoned with, especially when Timor-Leste decided to join this organization. Captain, do you have anything to say?
Yeah, I would like to share my thought on this. The question is if ASEAN will lose its relevancy in global politics. I think no, because ASEAN is now 25 years, 35, 55 years old, or 56. No, ASEAN. 56 years old. It is one of the long life international organization or regional organization. I think ASEAN will survive and will find a way to present itself in global politics or global political arena. With the three pillars it established, it is strong enough, but there will be some shortfall. That the shortfall to recognize and embrace the issues or problem of specific or particular member. Because what we can look is that we can look at the ASEAN in a big picture, and within the three pillars, there are opportunity or chance for single member nations to build up relationship with external power. That is not prohibited if that fulfill the member state national interests, as long as it doesn't pose the threat to ASEAN as a whole. Yeah, I think.
Thank you, Ambassador.
Well, I can give you long questions, long answer or short one. But of course, since lunch will be in 15 minutes, so I'll give you the short one. ASEAN, of course, serve a certain function. When we established ASEAN in 1967, the function was very clear, to create or to stop all these hostilities among, key founding members, especially Indonesia, Malaysia, Indonesia, Singapore, and also Philippines and Malaysia. So it basically, to stop this unnecessary conflict so that we all can focus on national development in each, respective countries. So that was the purpose back in 1967. So it's a political and security objective, and then that objective was attained through economic cooperation. So that's why we heard a lot about economic cooperation during the first 20 years of ASEAN, even though now it's still, but by 2003 it changed, right? Now we brought in the political and security cooperation as well. So in creating this sense of community, I think ASEAN was very relevant. And in fact, it's crucial to the fact that no ASEAN member state contemplate the use of force anymore in order to resolve differences among member states. So I don't think that anyone here, from ASEAN countries still think war as the solution to whatever problem we might have, in our bilateral relationship. That is the purpose of a community of nations called ASEAN. But if you look at, what happened after the end of the Cold War, it's very clear. ASEAN is also drifting, like now it's drifting, but in 90, in early 1990s, also drifting. But at that time, I think Imran was still at the foreign ministry. ASEAN was brilliant when it came up with new initiative, new format on how to deal with a post-Cold War era so that it can maintain relevance. If we didn't come up with those ideas, I will come back to what ideas they are in a moment, but that is, I think, is very clear, right? So ASEAN didn't know what to do anymore because no more, these challenges that they were facing during the Cold War, and suddenly a new era. But the ASEAN leaders at the time came up with the idea, look, we try to secure this region by keeping great powers outside. Hence, the ZOFAN, the ZOFAN ideas. ZOFAN is an attempt to keep extra-regional powers outside. So Southeast Asia will be stable. But that changed in, I think, 1999 or 2000, after the economic crisis, right? We came up with the new idea, with the APT, the ASEAN Plus 3, and then the East Asia Summit. So the paradigm change, basically, ASEAN will continue relevance. It can work with the extra regional powers. So we invite them in through the APT, the East Asia Summit, and so on. Then ASEAN, maintain its relevance. So in that context, maintaining our relationship with the extra-regional powers, after the end of the Cold War and after the financial crisis, I think ASEAN played a very relevant role. Now, with the new context, geopolitical context, once again, ASEAN is faced with a very serious challenge to its relevance. I'm not saying that ASEAN is not relevant, so then let's dissolve it. No, but this actually, well, if you reach 56 years old, then if you don't change your lifestyle, you are having this risk of heart attack. So ASEAN in that stage. So it is important for ASEAN to change as well. In Vietnam, during the summit, we came up with the ideas, yeah, we agree, then we need to really strengthen the capacity and institutional effectiveness of ASEAN. There are a number of recommendations. So we need to work on that. So this is what I think ASEAN countries are working on. But again, this is not easy because it's something new that will, I think, affect all of us. So we are still in the process. But I think, at least if you ask me, I already said before this, the only possible short, I think, term solution to the challenge that we face, focus on the East Asia Summit. Use the convening power of ASEAN. I think ASEAN still has that, the ability to convene, some kind of dialogue and bring all the great powers, major powers, small powers, middle powers, confused powers to the same table and then try to discuss, the future of the region. So once again, I'm not saying that ASEAN is irrelevant, let's get rid of it. But if we don't do anything, then ASEAN will get heart attack.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Sukma. As usual, very sober and very clear in putting forward his thoughts. I think one point that I wish to underline that indeed geopolitical map keeps changing, and now ASEAN is being confronted with at least new phenomenon like the rise of AUKUS, you mentioned also, as well as Quad. What ASEAN would react to this new reality, as well as conflicts in Europe and probably somewhere nearby in our neighborhood. So ASEAN has to basically keep itself relevant to the challenges in front of her. I completely agree with you. And before we conclude our sessions, I still have another questioner from this side. This is a good friend of mine. Please, Admiral Ivan. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I am a real Admiral Ivan from Indonesia. Such as we know, Indonesia is not a claimant state on the dispute area of the sovereignty of ASEAN countries over the South China Sea or SCAs. However, Indonesia is most likely threatened by the conflict in the regions. Not only that, Indonesia owns Natuna Island and the Malacca Strait, and most of the sea lanes travel through archipelagos, especially SGS. Which is major belligerent states will expose this area and make them collateral when conflict happen. Now, the United States with AUKUS might balance the power in this SGS area. Yet at the same time, it open potential major conflict in ASEAN region. In fact, according to ASEAN's commitment to restricting outsiders from interfering ASEAN region, and such as we know also that diplomatically speaking, Indonesia is a non-bloc now. Considering both rationales, what is the best way to deal with maritime security in SGS, and especially for ASEAN's member who involved in that area? And what is your perspective on the role of Indonesia for maintaining maritime peace and security in SGS? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We should start from you again, and then to be followed by
Can you repeat
Datuk, and then Captain.
the second questions? We didn't get it.
The reactions for us to confront the challenges in our maritime security. That's the second question.
Oh, well, that's a very broad question. I think some of the ideas have been laid out by Dato and also by the captain before. So we'll focus on the South China Sea. Yes, we're not a claimant. We do not claim, any part of the South China Sea. But of course, there is this dispute, quote unquote, with regard to the EEZ, especially when, some illegal fishings are taking place, and also some surveys, by a claimant country, also took place. What is the best way to deal with the South China Sea problem? Like I mentioned earlier, Admiral, there is no other option available but the South China Sea, the Code of Conduct. So that's the only framework is available at the moment. So that's why I envision the Code of Conduct is comprised of 3 parts. The first part on the CBM, is basically confidence building measures. And second part should be about the preventive diplomacy part. And then the third part, basically crisis management mechanism on how to address crisis whenever it arises, with regard to the South China Sea conflict. I don't know what they are negotiating at the moment. So I think, it started even long before Ambassador Imran Khan became the, the SOM leaders, and then the Sekjen of the Foreign Ministry, 23 years now? 21 years from 2002. They are negotiating the Code of Conduct. But, this is still the only one available. So I think, so that's why I propose, before we can really complete the Code of Conduct, which I don't think that we can finish it by September this year, even though Jane just whispered to me before that, probably Indonesia would come up with great results, of all these problems that we face. I said, don't dream, Jane. So it's not going to happen, this year. It's going to be a long-term process. So that's why probably we should start thinking also in terms of interim solution to the problem. What is the biggest problem that we are facing in the South China Sea? Incidents. So you don't want to have incidents or accidents. So these are the two. So we need to have an interim, say, not Code of Conduct or rules, if you like. For example, you're not allowed to use like laser, against a ship that passing each other. You should not use water cannon, to spray on the other ship that passing the area, and so on. So we should focus on those technical agreements before we can conclude the Code of Conduct, which I don't think that we can because of the 3 very difficult problems. Number 1, I don't think that we can have an agreement on what is the status of that Code of Conduct. Legally binding or not? Only suggestion, recommendation, or hopes? We don't know, So I don't think that we can have agreement. Some want to be legally binding, some they don't want to have the Code of Conduct legally binding. That's number 1. Number 2, I think we cannot agree on where this Code of Conduct should apply. The geographical scope of it, because we can have a debate on where exactly is the South China Sea? You know, where it ends, where it starts, you know, I think that's up to debate. So that's the second problem that we face. The third problem, with regard to the code of conduct, can other countries outside ASEAN and China accede to it? You know, should they be part of the negotiation, or should they be allowed, you know, to accede to as a signatories later on? So I don't think that, you know, it's easy to reach an agreement of that, because some countries argue that, look, you know, we also have legitimate interest in the South China Sea because of the significance of that South China Sea. So we need to be part of the discussion, need to be part of the dialogue. Even some say probably we should be part of this negotiation of the code of conduct. So, you know, instead of like dragging and, you know, debating on these three issues, it's better to come up and try to focus on interim solution, which focus on technical aspect of preventing accidents and incidents in the South China Sea.
Thank you, Ambassador. Being trained as a diplomat, I always see a glass half full. And in diplomatic circle, sitting, drinking coffee is already considered to be a progress. So I hope that sooner than later, we will be able to conclude negotiation on codes of conduct. I got fed up with this terminology. Please, Captain.
I would like to share my thought on this. Even though it's a long question, but I have maybe a short answer. For South China Sea, there are two approaches to take. The first is multilateral, as we have code of conduct to talk on that and to follow or to fix it. The other approach is bilateral. It is dangerous because on the bilateral, we have two sub-approaches. The first is negotiate. But it's hard to negotiate with the big guy. The second is to make a law, to make a case to the court. Also, it is very dangerous to fight on the court with the big guy. So there are bilaterally and multilaterally path to choose. Or you change your paradigm. Think about that. South China Sea problem is a deterioration. You cannot fix it, and learn to live with it. It may take more than generations to reach the optimized solution. My foundation idea is that we focus on the three pie in my circle chart. Safety, look at safety, look at stability. If safety and stability is at the accepted level, let's say okay with it for a while. And focus on the prosperity. If prosperity remain plus or positive, I think we can live with it until we can find a better way in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dato', will you please?
Admiral, thank you very much for the questions. Basically, your question is looking into what is Indonesia as non-claimant to South China Sea and how do you react. I would like to quote what Ambassador Rizal has said about ASEAN. We are about at the stage to have heart attack. And the question is, should we go for bypass or stenting? This is the question that we should ask ourselves. And when you talk about South China Sea, there's no one easy solution. You must realize that one of the channels that open is ADMM. Defense diplomacy, not just because I'm from the military professional, but I still believe that defense diplomacy can contribute a lot. Indonesia may not be the claimant of South China Sea, but when two Goliaths collide, Indonesia is part of ASEAN. So as Laos, which is not a non-claimant state, but it will be involved as well. This is very important to understand. If Indonesia choose not to, then you are part of ASEAN. And this year is very significant because ASEAN is chairmanship by the Indonesia. This will be the best possible time to push the agenda forward, saying, even though you are non-claimant state, but you have the stake in ASEAN. Because ASEAN should be greater than anything else. We cannot stand, when you talk about South China Sea, imagine the hotspot in the future. When we talk about code of conduct, it should be ripple effect from the top to the bottom. When we decided on the top level what we should do, what we shouldn't do, but it doesn't transcend to the bottom, imagine what will be the soldiers or the sailors on that particular ship and that particular skirmishes. Anything can happen. So this seriousness of code of conduct should not be taken lightly. We should ask ourselves, are we serious? If we are, come up with solution. And it should be the ripple effect right to the bottom, so people down on the street or people, the sailors on the ship, understood what is the code of conduct. And we must also, as ASEAN state, force them to understand the UNCLOS 82. We have to respect, they have to respect UNCLOS 82. Malaysia can't stand alone. Singapore cannot stand alone. Philippines cannot stand alone. None of the 10 states, and even Timor-Leste when they become ASEAN, we cannot stand alone. We have to stand as one. That is the only solution that we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Datuk. I think you are absolutely right by referring back to the UNCLOS, and code of conduct should not contradict the provisions contained therein. Otherwise, we are going to establish another treaty, limited in scope. That can also be counterproductive to our objectives as well as purposes, overlapping as well. So with these three distinguished gentlemen have given their responses to your questions, I think this concludes our session. And thank you very much, Honorable Governor and dear participants, for attending this session. And big applause to the three speakers, please. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to our moderator and speakers for plenary session 1. Thank you so much for the fruitful discussion.
Next, we would like to present memento to the plenary session 1 speakers and moderator, then followed by the group photo. Therefore, may we kindly invite to the stage Governor of Lemhanas, Vice Governor of Lemhanas, Deputy for Strategic Studies of Lemhanas, and Chief of the 7th Jakarta Geopolitical Forum 2023.
The first memento will be given to the moderator for session 1, His Excellency Ambassador Professor Dr. Imran Kotan.
The second memento will be given to the speakers for Mr. Datuk Muhammad Nizam bin Haji Jafar.
Followed by Captain Dorn Kipnan.
And the last memento is given to Captain Dorna Tipda.
All right, please kindly take your place to have a group photo session. I will count in 3, 2, 1. All right. Thank you so much, honorable speakers and moderators. You may now return to your seat.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our first session of the 7th Jakarta Geopolitical Forum 2023.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will be having our second plenary session, Maritime Connectivity and Regional Stability, after the break. Lunch will be served in VIP room and lobby of Flores Ballroom, and we will see you at 1:15 p.m. We do ask you may be seated to this room 5 minutes earlier at 1:10 p.m. And thank you very much and see you at plenary session 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like also to say our gratitude to Hotel Borobudur, Defense ID, Dahana and PT Line Industri, Pindad, PT PAL Indonesia, PT DI, PT Penta Trisaka, and Dirga Reka, which have given the biggest support to this event. Thank you.